Namaskar, good morning. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Sat Sri Akal, Vanakkam, Namaskaram, and all wishes, whatever applicable to all my friends on this day, August 16, 2020. One more day gone of this life and everybody's life. One more calendar day from Gregorian has gone, and we are living in same conditions as we had been living before. There is expected no change at all except why seriousness increasing and augmenting everywhere in the world. There is no place in the world which have left untouched by that impact itself going on. And life is moving as it was last month, this month. The problems are rising, not falling, and we are all in same way living. Life has become very unknown, ungraspable means what we can say. Life is not same. It has not same. It has taken its position, and now we are in same way as we were before. And the memory of past and current topics, as I said, memory of past and current topics, management, FedEx, COVID, all. Life is this. We have to see life is this, and that's very important from every viewpoint. Every viewpoint, you say. No one can say we are different or not different. It's moving on and we are just spectators. We can do nothing except to feel happy that we are doing something. In fact, we are doing nothing and nothing. Because we are human beings, we have no control on anything. We are controlless people. We are controlless people, fully controlless people. And let me show you also titles, common titles that every time I show you, this time also I show you just points that may be covered up in this talk. These points may be covered up, not guaranteed, but covered up. And this is what I say. Engineering management, changes, organizations, and human thinking, last resort, specifications, total, systems, quality structure, soil engineering, report, physics, etc. As usual, we talk of this. We talk of this in one way, other way, different way, mixed way. And as mind works, as time allows, we do all that. That is what is there. This mobile, everybody knows this mobile, right? This mobile, everybody knows this. And we have to be like mobile, right or not? We have to be like mobile. This is life. We have to be like mobile because we all use mobile. So life should be mobile and mind should be mobile. Is that not required? That's also required. If we use mobile and our mind is stationary, there is no, working equations form in that case. We have to be mobile. That is very much required. Mobile by mind use, mobile by intellectualism, and mobile by everything. Or you can say we are at end where we lose. We shall be at losing end. COVID-19 is very different entity, I can say. You may call it natural entity, COVID-19. It doesn't listen to anybody. That is beauty of COVID-19. It's so smart. It does its work. It does not show its face. It does not tell you its location. It does not tell you its authorization. It does not tell us anything. But it has been operating without even letting whole world know how has it been operating. Beauty and power of COVID is this. The world is very small if you compare to COVID. If you compare to COVID, world is very small because it's only this COVID-19 we name it, and it has spread its wings all over world. I think UNO might not have spread its wing as COVID-19 has done. I think beautifully planned, beautifully designed, and we should appreciate it rather than all time cursing it, because cursing is negativism. We should not curse it, because COVID also listens to what we do and think. Yes, what we do, it not say anything, because that's your job, you do it. But if you curse this, well, I think that won't get you into any success. Nobody knows what is COVID-19, and only COVID-19 knows what it is, or its master God knows what it is. So far, whole world has failed. Whole world has failed, and no cure for this. COVID-19, as on this day, is absolutely incurable. In our country, Bharat, it is already crossed officially, you can say, 2.5 million marks, 2.5 million infections. We should say that this is beginning of COVID in Bharat. It's actually beginning because every day they are testing cases and COVID is coming out into worrying figures. Bharat has 130 crore people, or you can say 1300 million people, citizens in Bharat. Just if you take only 10% impact of COVID on us, let us say 10%, don't go far beyond. It can be more, but keeping abreast 10%, which is 13 crores or 130 million infections, already affected, I think, though, because we are not tested all. Figure is around 130 million infections in Bharat, India, because when it is known or shall be known, I can't say, but I assess that if you take 10%, which is possible in our country, because we have different kind of areas, slum areas, congested areas, you have VIP areas, you can say posh colonies, and we have varying or juggi jhoparis units, or people sleeping on footpaths or sleeping below flyovers or besides railway lines. So there are so many classes of residences, legal or illegal, that's different issue, but fact is, reality of life is that we have such people. Well, in urban areas, particularly in congested localities, there are higher chances that maybe more than 50% infection can affect. I know that there is no clear picture coming out from official figures, but as a person who understands this country, because it's my country, and those who understand this country, not belonging to this country, can easily assess that what I'm saying is logistical. It's logical. That 10 to 13 crore people must have been affected by now. There are so many countries who have allied in past, like England, like America, like China, like you can say Russia, France, Italy, and many more, who are experts, who have proved that they are experts in lying about COVID. No problem, you lie. If lying gives you happiness, you lie. But those who are affected are affected. Those who are gone are gone. So your lying does not have any meaning. Shame onto all those who want to just keep their marks up by lying. Because lying is no solution. Truth can't be concealed behind lie statement. Don't lie better. Government of India Ministry is putting figures every day on its website like all countries do. Those figures to what level are authentic I cannot say. But that is true that formally, authentically, about more than 25 lakhs or 2.5 million infections have happened. This is point of great worry for me and for everybody. Citizen, I am saying, I am not talking of leaders because leaders don't worry about anything. Don't worry about anything and they don't care. When top leaders like class president is affected, then what's left? Our president, past president, Mr. Mukherjee, Pranab Mukherjee has been in hospital, army hospital, for many days and he has been on ventilator. This means there is something very serious on that person, very, very serious, and who knows what happens, God save him life. But indication is that no one can protect oneself without resorting to precautionary measures. But it's not happening, unfortunately. I have seen people deceiving themselves. I don't know for what. People are deceiving themselves in a sense that if somebody watches them or some person who is in control and if some woman try to keep their chunnis here, what's function of that? Your chunni cannot stop inflow of virus. To whom you are showing that I am wearing chunni? See, it's your life. Your life, okay, you want to kill yourself, that's fine. But you have no right to kill your family members. You have no right to kill public. Why do you want? Indirectly, unknowingly, I'm not saying you have will or your intention. Unknowingly, you are going in that direction that can harm you. So when you know this, and you also know that there are no reliable facilities in our country regarding hospital, regarding treatment, regarding those our hospitals are not well equipped to meet all these calamities, or you can say all these emergencies. I am calling both calamities and emergencies because for us it is calamity if we have 25 lakh people already infected and maybe crores in coming time. There's no question why I'm saying crores, because it is going to be crores soon. Every day 60,000, 65,000 people are infected. This means about 15 to 20 lakhs people or 155 million monthly is going to be. And if it's 1.5 means up to December there shall be 4 months more, 5 months more. So you shall see we reach around 10 million infections. And you can see history now of England. Every day they are getting again to same state of infections, critical infections every day, and that government is unable to conclusively decide what to do, what not to do. Same happens to USA. USA has completely failed. Around 170,000 lost lives officially, and I think around 50 to 60 or even 5 to 6 million people affected. I think we may be now number 2 in infections, or I think we have crossed Brazil probably. I cannot say exact figure, but maybe now we are number 2. Of course, America is number 1 in infections, but we may cross America also soon. We shall be number one in infections, which is an issue of great shame to all 130 crore people. And its useless and actionless government. I can openly say useless and actionless government. Government does not know what to do and it has no intention so to do. That's also a fact. I should not talk politics, I am not talk politics here. But what is seen, cannot be denied. Facts cannot be denied. There is no importance to praise ourselves when we fail on health sector, when we fail on education sector, when we fail on economic sector. We should not praise ourselves. If we praise ourselves, in that case, we are having no mind and we can be named as stupid society. Health is a problem in our country. Jobs are a problem in our country. Everything is a problem. And there's economic chaos everywhere. I'm not saying it's only in our country. If you go to Europe, I think all 27, or including British or UK, all 28 countries are economical chaos. Country giant like China is also having economic chaos, but they have a potential to handle. They are, I cannot say intelligent or brilliant, but they are dynamic people. We may call bad or good, that's different. But China can teach everybody. It can handle with force, with dynamism, and with every impact it can do. We are an emotional society. I am completely saying emotional society. Bharat people are emotional. And government of Bharat knows what is weakness of people. In emotion, you cannot calculate anything. In emotion, you cannot decide anything. And actually, this COVID-19 has made whole world emotional. To be very frank, whole world emotional. This is achievement of this COVID, I can say, real achievement. I'm not worried about who will help, but mental illness, in addition to body illness. Infection is fine, you can't do anything, but if your mind is affected, adversely affected, you lose your thinking capacity or you get shocks due to such thinking. It's very concernable issue. You know what England says, in UK says? There's a question of mental illness. Psychology of people has been impacted. Psychology. It's a big question mark. In our country, it's different kind of psychology. Very much psychology. I have seen people who are careless, who are ignorant, who least bother about this. This is another big problem. See, England is a small country. They can control themselves. They have not big population. Europe is also not very big population. China is of course, but if you take other than that, we are only society or economy in this world that can change scenario because of our population magnitude. But if our population, or you can say vast population, they least bother about such type of COVID, certainly it shall make problem for us. It shall create problem for us. Somebody says, whatever has to happen, has to happen. Whatever is written in your fortune has to happen. Okay, that's fine, whatever has to happen. Somebody says, no problem, God is it, that will take care. Or who God you are there, that will take care. Okay, that's also true. God has to take care of your given duty to God. And whatever is written on luck shall happen, you also refer to duty of God. Both are God's duty. Alright? And you know what is COVID-19 duty? COVID-19 is not going to stop at any cost. It seems that COVID-19 has come for long-term residence here. And when long-term reasons there is, so you think COVID is very powerful. It's very, very powerful. And if COVID remains now, and you still continue not to care, you think that is job of God to do for you? That's not job of God to do for you. That's your job to do for you, because God has no interest in you if you die or if you don't die. Because for God you are nothing. You are just a material element, material particle you are. Just as in soil particles, you are a material particle, nothing else. I would simply say, keeping in view humanity and earth, that God wants to help you, provided you want to be helped. And help is given to those who value help. Help cannot be given to those who don't value it, because they will destroy it. Whatever help you give them, they will destroy it. And that is really a fact of life. So I would say to all those citizens of Bharat, India, who usually, are not very rich and who cannot afford big bungalows and cars, they used to stay in small apartments or small houses or flats or on rented, that they should take their care, even if they are in villages. Because I have come to know that village people are not at all bothering, they don't bother about COVID. This is what I say, absence of information reaching every section of society. Government has failed in providing information, continuous information to people of this country. It doesn't matter if you write on your website, ministry website. It doesn't help, because who bothers about websites? You think people go to your ministry website every day? Nobody goes. I also have seen by chance, because I got some reference. Otherwise, I would never gone to that website. So means communication has collapsed. Communication that was required to be built between public and government and public. Public should have been educated, but it's not happened. Reports keep coming in various papers, international papers. How many people see those reports? Public never see those reports. You write on Facebook or write on something, how many people read that? I think very few people read that. And particularly people of your country, my country, that is those who don't want to read English, means it's very difficult for them to have them communicated. So this, I think, communication is major problem which government has failed to resolve. And that I think applied to all other England also, America. There have been some problems, that's why cases are rising. I have seen people who even don't know what's going on, what is covered in that. They are even not clear about that. So it's better now it's right time that person to person should educate each other if you think you are responsible for this country. Government cannot do it. If the government had to do it, it would have done by now. But government has failed at this point in entirety. Has failed in entirety. It's, you can say we imposed lockdown somewhere in March. So after April, May, June, July, August is moving now. So about 4.5 months, or we can say 5 months. And we have 25 lakhs, means 5 lakhs a month. 5 lakhs a month means what? This means, you can say, about 17,000 or 16,000, 1700. 17,000 cases per day we have done so far, we have achieved so far. So many cases per day. And this 7,000 may become 35,000 or more in coming time. So we have to have clear understanding about this issue. Yes, you celebrate life, you celebrate whatever you want to celebrate, keeping abreast what has happened. It's not a time to laugh, it's not a time to enjoy. The whole world has been in problem and there is no treatment. Even after vaccine is available, you can't get rid of COVID. You can't get rid of COVID. So I will not continue more because there's no way out of this. World has failed. I can only say let's go to our own issues of engineering management. Yesterday I wanted to get one Constitution of India and independence related talk on screen share in evening, but there was some, I think, Facebook was not opening on share due to some reason. I think maybe it was August 15th, 2020 yesterday, and they might have been rushed on Facebook or internet. Maybe it was overloaded, so I waited for about quarter, maybe to half an hour to get connected, but it did not connect. Well, this is life, happens, sometimes would happen something, sometimes would happen other thing. It happened that way. No problem. No problem. I have to give message regarding this Constitution of India. I would simply say that we did not get independence ordinarily. We did not get independence ordinarily. Millions of sacrifices and millions of struggles and millions of hardships our public tolerated. So we cannot allow this independence based and this independence and our democracy, our sovereignty, our socialism, our secularism and our republicanism should not be lost at any cost. This is fundamental and a natural right of every citizen to be given full rights, privileges on Constitution. Constitution we got is not also, I consider this national Hollywood Constitution because it's holy in a sense that it protects rights of everybody, and if rights and life are protected, we say God has done this. So to that extent, our Constitution is a God, and to an extent the welfare state is applied, though it's not legal but natural application. So because we are also a welfare state, we should feel happy. And it's right of every citizen to question government. Because government reports to public. It's right of every citizen, and it's also right of our citizen to question government. But unfortunately, our citizen slaves, you can say, first citizen slaves, public slaves. So what to do? Management, organization, engineering, all words we use all time. Life itself is managed. Life does not do anything on its own until we do something. If you think life shall do for you automatically, then I think we are living in some wrong conception and wrong world. Life cannot do anything on its own until it's given your feedback, your support. Life is like that. And those who can understand this point, I think they would get better response, better result. For me, I can say, for me as an individual, I would say that never leave anything to be done on itself or by others or when you have time on your premises. If you are if you are inclined to get some result. Result means you want to get some destination. I call result as destination or sub-destination. If you want to get some destination in life, you have to initiate efforts yourself. You have to initiate and start yourself and operate it yourself and move on yourself. Really, if you cannot do that, then don't expect anything. Don't expect anything from life. Don't think that whatever is given in your fortune, you will get it. You may get that, may not get that. It's written in your fortune, how do you know? You can't say it's written in my fortune, this, it's in my life. Yes, you may say to yourself, if something happens or it doesn't happen, according to your plans, yes, it's not in my luck probably. That's only your answer to satisfy yourself. Don't forget that work never goes waste. Don't forget that work has to be done, and don't forget that nobody shall do for you. Nobody shall do for you. If that person who does for you got no interest in this. Nobody works for others. They work for payment for salaries. They don't work for others. Sentiments may be there. Attachment, loyalties may be there. But everybody is interested in 99.5% cases. There may be hardly minor cases, 0.5 cases. You will find loyalty in people. Loyalty does not exist. Loyalty means money loyalty. Yes, I must be paid. I must get this much in exchange of this service. Yeah, that's a fine. That's true. If you don't get anything out of that service, why shall you work for what you want? Because you have made a profession. And when you made profession of something, you must be paid in exchange of whatever service you extend, you provide. And that's okay. That point is reasonable, logical. I cannot condemn that. Because if you do something, you must be paid, and that's what profession is, nothing else. But payment is one part, your morality is one part, your intention is also one part, and how much close you are, how much attached you are to that act, or you just take it professionally and forget it forever. All these points to some extent come into picture. Some professionals of course say, this is my profession, I did and that's it. And some say, no, I have attachment to this, that's why I do this. But work is done in both cases. Either you do because you're a professional or you do because you have some commitment to that on your own. But work is done, that's more important. That should happen in every case. And particularly, engineering. Engineering requires your concentration. I'm talking about engineering because all other professions, Engineering is not by chance, you can say. Just like in medical, there's some patient, disease comes by chance, or there's no planning for disease. Disease is not planned by human being. Disease comes on its own. And human suffers and human are created. Human suffers not because of planning, but because of disease. But in engineering, it's not like that. Engineering is something where you have to do a lot before delivery or treatment of life. I also call solving problems of life engineering actually. Problem solving is engineering. Problems exist in societies, all societies. We cannot imagine nothing is happening in that country is like that. That time has gone. Now all countries are known to each other. Sitting at home, we know what's happening in USA, what's happening in that country and this country. We know that. So we can say that we know about so much if you take little interest. If you take some interest in these news, etc., you will know that what is happening around the world. We shall come to know with so many surprising news which you never ever thought of. You really, that is different kind of engineering. I I believe that social engineering and civil engineering are related, they are interrelated. Without social engineering and without civil engineering, or you can say engineering, society cannot move. Your basic requirement is say standing and walking, you're walking. Every person walks to some extent. You drive car also, you drive scooter, everything. You see, this is called movement, movement of persons from one place to another place, one location to another location. For walking, what do you need? You prefer not a rough ground, you prefer not a rough terrain. Everybody prefers a good surface. That surface which can help you walk smoothly in level, horizontal level. We got provided facilities of footpaths or walkways or some other facility using which you feel comfortable. That's really, I can say, solution to problem, that you provided some footpath or walkways so that you can walk on that, or some light vehicle can move on that. That is sole purpose. But that is actually engineering. Engineering is all that because engineering provided footpath or road or infrastructural facilities, and improvement is given to engineering itself. What I say, engineering applies at every act of life. This is, you have to understand that. Engineering means you have to bring your heart and mind on products, product manufacturing, product, product construction. You have to bring your mind and your soul together. When I say mind and heart, heart means soul in, heart doesn't mean my physical heart is not that. Life cannot be understood in dreams. In dreams, lessons may be seen, but life is understood only in physical form. How much you value life and how much you value engineering. Life relates to engineering profession and engineering relates to life. Our profession, engineering profession, is very expensive. Expensive means that it's not in financial terms. It's affordable terms. Sorry, what's happening to me? See what's happening to me? They're wrong. Bottle coming down. See, they were blocked. Engineering is our guardian, and engineering is our caring, and engineering is our metaphor. Engineering I'm talking is public engineering. Let's say it's public engineering, it's national engineering, it's world engineering. I know not to share anything with that. When we talk of engineering, beauty is that we invite many other disciplines. and particularly if you talk of civil. Public wants to use facilities, and who provided facilities? Engineering. This means if there is good infrastructure, there is good facility, education, which is not going to happen in coming times. I don't think any degree of seriousness exists with state. The state is least bothered about how to raise standards of public life. We have seen that standards in all countries do not exist. In all countries, they used to speak only for paper's sake. We are not to that level mature that we think ourselves that everybody is a supervisor. You may ask me why every day I talk about engineering. The question is good. It's a good question. Why I talk everything about engineering? Why don't I directly refer to the books context so that we can understand? Life you use everywhere, you go everywhere, you will find something you are using engineering product. You will find everywhere. You know it, but still I am pointing towards that. If you want to walk your new flow, go over there. Walk on a footpath or use a road. You drink water in your home or use WC. These are very basics. You stay in kitchen and cook. You stay in home. Everywhere we shall find that you are using engineer service or engineering service. Whatever action you take in life, except hypothetical. Yes. Those who are gone are gone. Sometimes life is not very difficult, but we make it difficult. This also happens. Engineering is a field that changes everything. In fact, engineering is itself a builder of new world every day, a promoter of new system every day. We should understand this point. Problems that we find are solved if you think in engineering way. Engineering doesn't mean those who are engineering qualified, they are engineers. Engineers doesn't mean you are employed. Engineer means that you are able to do this job. If you find anything in life which you say this is not engineering product, please tell me. It is directly or indirectly some engineering product, doesn't matter civil, electrical, mechanical or whatever. More than 15 disciplines, more than 15 branches of engineering. And product stands there in various things. Think, I say think, and you may think. You may think once or twice and forget that. I don't think anymore. Yes, that's right. You don't know anything. You can think only. Better, think. But do not think crimes. Do not think, illegal or to harm your family or harm society. If you think that, you can do that also. Engineering is support to life all over the world. Without engineering, no country can develop, no society can develop. Countries have already developed, many countries around the world have developed, except those where there is calamity, the shortage of water. Without engineering, I cannot also speak. You think of. In this house, there are some walls and slab and columns. There are walls, slab on other. Religion has no place in engineering. Religion has no place in engineering. It has a place in your personal life, private life, not engineering. Because engineering itself is like religion. You cannot do against engineering. A little silence is sometimes better than announcing something, and sometimes announcing is better than silence. You have to tackle people, you have to tackle everything. That's what engineering demands. Without tackling people, you cannot do anything. That's also true. You have to deal with optimum use of equipment. You have to deal with devices. My friends, don't take engineering as a liability. Engineering is just support, it's not liability. Forget what money you are earning or not earning, that's not an engineer. Again, power is one. Engineering gives us life. Engineering gives us protection. That is what engineering is all about. And those who do not understand this point, they cannot understand engineering. Engineering is not formula alone. Engineering is not mechanism alone. Engineering is psychology. Engineering is mental health. Engineering is not only development of minds. development of mental architecture. Engineering is simply, application of engineering. When you sit on, you see, you don't have home, or you sit outside, you don't have home. What do you think about your life? And when you're home and you're inside, what do you think about life? You are satisfied when you're in house. You are happy there. So you are paying loan, you know that, but still you are happy there because you think it's mine. That's true. That's right. You think it is yours. That's what I say. Thinking is yours. And if you think, you can imagine. You see what happens. Even paint in your home or walls or ceilings or some other decoration in your room instantly gives you relief every day. So it moves out just for few minutes or seconds. You feel I am sitting in this room. I am safe. Right? Safe means I am protected by building itself. Even though we are alone or we are many people. That room concept, it comes concept of residence, concept of thinking, that impacts your thinking. That impacts your thinking. Thinking, I can say, is only word that I can use for real engineering. Real engineering. First of all, thinking does not cost anything. It does not cost anything. And it is straightway applied. Thinking is straightway applied. You don't have to go to any bus or car or train to reach in thinking. Thinking is continuous and nobody can stop it except yourself. Such a powerful phenomenon. We understand very well, but we don't accept that. Life has to be understood in this way. You use engineering potential every day. When you are taking water from your water line, that water line is engineering product. Your home is engineering product. Your gadgets in engineering are your product, which are for home. Books are for reading, it's for home. Everything is living. We say that we have developed. What we have developed? Nothing we have developed. Only some work we have done from nature to, you can say, nature to state of art, you may call it. Not more than that. Means my definition or your definition on this subject differs a lot. If you take professional engineering, it's something one based on which is normal engineering. Just like it was sometimes that you pass 8th standard in engineering. Laugh. Laugh. Yeah, for laugh. I am sometimes, very comfortable. I don't know why. I have some internal feeling that I'm happy. And I'm not surprised with life also. And I know every time that I have to live. I have to live. And I ask others also. So I can you tell me what was your life? When I want to talk to you, what is that? I assume you shall view this later on, if not now. Assume. And our sciences say, whatever you assume, you prove later on. And how many people attempt that, I have no answer. I have no statistics on that. Engineering in every field of life is existing and exists. That's why we have 15 branches of engineering, and there will be more. And similarly, education and when you bring vegetables to your home, what do you do? When you bring milk to your home, what do you do? When you bring something else to your home, what do you do? First of all, bringing home all these items is also procurement engineering. You may not consider, but you procured some items. You paid and you got items. So I say that's a part of procurement. Certainly part of procurement. And then you ensure that my items are worth and I cook them safely without any harmful effect. That's also a kind of process engineering, that you believe or you ensure that quality of item was good, it was reliable, and you got that. That was your kind of conviction. When you chip out skin of vegetable and prepare for cooking, what do you call it? I can say that's preparatory work it is. Just as a side preparatory work, it can say item preparatory work. You skin it, clean it, wash it, and then you cut it into small pieces and keep ready all material just for either directly to the cooker or with your electronic, your oven, magnetic oven. I say that's also engineering. When you boil water, you boil milk or something else, just for educational incentive. Just imagine when you make milk, or when cook milk or heat up milk, or make up tea. What you do? Whatever thought of, many times I have given this example. Again I am giving it just to know whether you understand or don't understand this. Though we say it's very small items, cooking, we call it cooking. Yes, this is then what cooking. What application is there, what method is there? You analyze that. When you get this bottle or milk or whatever you get, it's very cold. It's not hot because you can allow it below certain temperature. And we know science is a temperature. When you boil it, what do you boil? Some pot. Just like I said, when there is fire in your structure, there is slow fire flow, heat flow, or you can say thermal flow into structural members, columns or beams. Just fire of gas below that pot, then is volume. I will say there is a set method to boil that pot. When it's complete cold content in that, because you have if I say temperature of that bottom is higher than temperature of other parts and top portion of that material milk, that there's my knife in this, that has been pulled down. When you see this bottom temperature and the top temperature, you will find some difference on it. That difference is said with the huge cast concrete, and we see some differences, and when it sets out we see temperatures. But there are such kind of activities which relate to engineering, and every project has many activities. And as such, there is R180 or 180, 200. I don't say all are bad. No, all are not bad. Can't be, but majority are bad. When you stir that milk, that milk like this, what does it mean? What does it do? First, it allows body of your utensil from being overheated, and also then inside what we are. Some water. Sunday is very good day for everybody. First you sleep or you chair. Okay, that's good. you are talking soil, you are dealing with soil. Still, it's dealing. The soil for me is very important because without soil we cannot live. When we say night soil, you know what is night soil? Maybe you know if you have studied or you understand what do I mean. Why do we call it night soil? This is part of engineering. This is part of sewerage engineering, or you can say environmental engineering, or you may say public health engineering. When I was student, it was called public health engineering. My subjects were public health engineering in diploma level. That included water supply and sewerage disposal. Water supply and sewerage. Night soil is discharged by everyone. Name is very special, night soil or night excreta. Soil looks nice because ultimately it has to go to soil. And also when you take food, this also comes from soil, which fact we do not analyze. What fact is that we eat food, it may be grains or it may be grains of rice or chapati or whatever we do, depending on culture. We take it in different forms from soil, in vegetable form, in other form. It comes from soil. It does not come from skies. Because life of food is soil. Birth of food is soil. If there is no soil, there is no life. We talk of materials like gold, like diamond, like platinum, like thorium, like uranium, like this and like that. We talk so much. Which material we use maximum, full time? Can we use gold or platinum or uranium or all I said? Full time. We can never use them in part time. Forget it. You may store these materials. Indeed. You may spend your whole budget on these materials. You may feel happy, I have this much. You can't eat that. Nothing out of that you can eat. Yes, you can have wealth. You can exchange that for whatever money you can. But think of those who work whole life and do something and then they are disregarded. That is what engineering is about. You have to do everything for it. Whole life. material that I'm talking of is permanent, irreplaceable, cannot be replaced. Without this support, any question asked, cannot be expressed. That's why I'm talking soil in a professional style, in a professional manner. Some people are sent by God for a special purpose. Because God also knows that all people are not suitable for all works. 95% people are sent to just live and eat. And live and eat and live and eat and live and eat. No destination, nothing in life free of all this. There are people. And there are people who do like soil does. Soil is engineering. Soil is engineering. Basis of engineering is soil. Soil. Come on, we were talking about soil yesterday and we talked something about that. We'll talk now little and then we'll shift to a report. And if then time balance is left, then we'll see if we can talk with content. So we talk about that page, we continue, if we can get something in that, we'll be happy. Yes, we were up to where yesterday. We are working on Tarjagi's theory. Up to where it worked. So I think I don't know it's here. Well, no problem. We have done this Tarjagi's theories for determination of ultimate bearing capacity, and before that we did determination of bearing capacity from theoretical considerations. Quite practical, I think. Quite practical. I think we were on this, I'm not sure, we were on this Tarjagi's theory here. Mr. will hold for a few seconds to make sure that But there's nothing bad about the environment. Season, weather. Yeah, guys, so let's get ready with our book and come on. What we discuss, and everything has gone again. Where shall it go? It will not go anywhere, it should be somewhere there only. So we talked this. We talked about load below building, below footing, and then other areas, other gadgets. We talked about that. I read it again better. If I read again better, Tarjagi theory. See, these talks are very boring, I know. But engineering itself is boring. If you want to study engineering, you have to accept boring. Engineering is not song. Yes, if you want to dance, you can dance for some time. But you come back to theory of structure, you come back to subjects of engineering, you cannot enjoy it any longer. And if you are you like to enjoy, then engineering is not profession for you. That's what engineering is. Because why I say that you have to think? Because thinking gives happiness occasionally. That's why I say thinking. And engineering is thinking. See, there's a difference. Only profession involved. Only profession. I can simply say, though I'm talking soil, yet this came to my mind. I don't want to leave anything to chance, so I again express that engineering is nothing but thinking. Engineer is thinking because you cannot be engineer without thinking. Every other profession, including medical, is full of procedures. It's full of prescribed methods, prescribed medicines, and those only are applied when you are sick. Doctors cannot give something out of his own choice because doctors are also bound by these procedures. But engineering is free actually. It's free in this sense. In this sense, engineering has liberty to think of what they can think. Rental method was the year that I said Tarjagi's theory. I'm sweating, even said 90%. But I can't help it. Nobody can help it. Only thing I can open button, that's it, nothing else. This also will not help me. Tarjagi's theory for determination of ultimate bearing capacity we had studied little. Just speak again so that you know what I am talking of. Tarjagi has analyzed condition of complete bearing capacity, failure, general shear failure, that's called, in same way as Prandtl has done. Following assumptions only such different assumptions, while in case of In case of phantom, it is not like that. Assumptions are that this you can say after Tarjagi's theory. Tarjagi is considered father of soil mechanics or soil engineering. He exponent this subject, and that's why we call father, not author. It's clearly said as footing is continuous. We know footing is continuous. L and B, L or B are infinity. We agree with that. And depth of footing D is less than width of footing. That's true. Base of footing is rough. That's true. And load on footing is vertical. That's also true. Okay. Shear resistance of soil above base of fair footing is neglected. Shear resistance of soil above base of footing is neglected. Soil above this level is replaced by an equivalent surcharge which is called YZ. Or gamma Z or YZ. Why is single is a problem? See, I'm getting my air out. Now, this acting at that level, hence failure region is assumed not to extend above base of footing. Okay. The failure surface as envisaged by Tarjagi has been shown on figure. Now these figures are shown you. This is I've shown already to you. My God, what's happening to me? What's happening? I don't know. See this? Put this also. Okay, no problem, let's go on. We move. I can't stop. I can't stop like this. I have to move like this. See. You think I'm wasting your time? Failure surface on in case of by Tarjagi shown zone 1, which is below footing. Zone 1 is in a state of elastic equilibrium, that is right. Zone 1 is placed elastic equilibrium. And it acts as if it were part of footing. So it acts as if it is part of footing. It says it is something different. Boundaries CB and CA are assumed as plane surface. Resting on angle phi, we have horizontal. You know what happens? These gases enter our intestines. You see, just for example, I am rubbing here. As neck bone or neck intestines. And I remove them, there's release of these gases to the localized portion. And these are either, because these were trying to enter my mind. This happens to people like me. Now, my walking has reduced because of this spoiled. Walking is very dangerous in these days. Otherwise, I used to walk about 6 kilometers daily. It's not possible now. When I go on road, I find people not wearing masks, not resorting to measures. They may talk. Their particles may stand in air, drop out droplets that may. So it's dangerous for everybody to pass through the areas which are locally habited. That's why I try to avoid walk. I think that's the reason this is happening. I think I'm wasting my time and your time. If it's the worst wasting time, you're not getting anything. So what's not what to do? Life is like that. What to do? You may be saying, what? Joking like kids. Yes, I'm joking like kids. Alright, let's move. So this is angle phi with horizontal. Now, major principal stresses are vertical, and there is a tendency for internal spreading, for lateral spreading of soil. So when we say this foundation below triangle here, these are in equilibrium. It is vertical as well as vertical force here, and there is a vertical reaction as well. You can say. Say, in this zone, major principal stresses are vertical, and there is a tendency for lateral spreading of the soil to take place. Yes, there is, of course. Zone 2, that is wedge BCD and wedge ACD. BCD is called zone of radial shear. BCD is called zone of radial shear, and shearing occurs along radial and logarithmic spiral lines. Zone 3 BDE. Zone 3 BD is away up to, you can say, away from this foundation, and it meets at point with horizontal, can say ground surface. That BD is called zone of liner shear. Liner shear it is, not radial shear. Liner shear, and it's identical with that for passive Rankine state. Boundaries for zone 3 rise at 45 minus 5/2 with horizontal. Now, let me show you sketch again, no problem. You can remember, you can go back directly. You cannot go back by this video, and you have to go back. This is that. You can see on a way it's a triangle without curve and 1 or 2 with curve. So that is with curve. Whereas with curve it's called something else. It's latent, it's called logarithmic spiral line, and this is liner shear. Hmm. If load intensity of Q is applied on footing, let's take more water. I think it's almost stopping there. Seriously, I think. If load intensity of Q ultimate is applied on footing, then it stands to push wedge of soil ABC, which is below, into ground with lateral displacement of zone 1 and 2. Sorry, 2 and 3. When it pushes this, into ground, it pushes wedge ABC pushes itself into ground with lateral displacement of zone 3. Lateral displacement is resisted by force. Lateral displacement is resisted by forces on plane, CB and CA. These two forces they are on. There are two forces. That's oh my god. Lateral displacement is resisted by forces on plane CB and CA. What's happening today? There are some forces. There are some forces. Let us say which one. Resultant of passive pressure PP. Resultant of passive pressure PP and cohesion say PP is downward pressure, downward load, and cohesion say acting along surface CB, which is inclined triangular surface, and CB. CB and CA. Yes. Passive pressure resultant makes an angle phi with normal to surface CB passive pressure resultant makes angle phi with normal to surface. Passive pressure resultant makes an angle phi with normal to surface. CB and CA. As surface CB and CA intersect, CB and CA intersect with horizontal line at an angle phi. According to assumption, hence passive pressure will act vertically. Downward and upward forces acting on wedge ABC, downward and upward forces acting on wedge ABC of unit length shall balance themselves when failure is impending. Downward forces are Q ultimate into B, and weight of wedge is 1/4 into gamma B square. B is width of footing. So we got this information here, 1/4 gamma YB square tangent phi. This is horizontal vertical forces Q ultimate B, and vertical force weight of wedges 1/4 into B square gamma B square tangent phi. Now let's go further. Upward forces are, this is downward forces we discussed. We discussed this downward force, which is force of fire as well as force of load. These are two. Now we say the upward forces because both have to be checked. Now resultant passive pressure PP, that is come down. Resultant passive pressure PP on each of surface CB and CA. Vertical component of cohesion along lengths AC and CB or BC. Length AB equal BC equal B/2 over cos phi, and vertical component of cohesion on each of surface AB and BC. So we say PP on each surface is vertical component of this cohesion is B/2 or cos phi, and vertical component of cohesion on each of surface AB and BC. Vertical component of cohesion on each of surface AB and BC. What is that vertical component? That is C's cohesion coefficient. Means we are discussing forces on logical basis. So we say this vertical component is BC coefficient into BC. numerically, so we say c into b over 2 over cos phi, and sine theta is that because we are calculating something else, equal to b over 2 and c tangent theta, because sine over cos is tangent theta. C tangent theta, this is, you can say, this is vertical component of cohesion along length AC and BC. Thus we can say, if we take this Q ultimate B, which is that infinity plus 1 over 4 y b square tangent alpha, your vertical forces should be have now Q ultimate to B plus 1 over 4 gamma B square tangent phi equal to 2BB plus 2B over 2 C tangent alpha. We have done downward forces equal to upward forces. Q ultimate B, or we can say equal to Q ultimate B equal to 2PP plus BC, we got 2 cancels to BC tangent phi minus 1 over 4 gamma B square tangent phi. This is our Q ultimate into B equal at resultant of passive where earth pressure PP that we have worked out. And equation constitute of 3 components are as shown below. Now we will not talk these 3 components. These are it's 446 around 5 area put birds food at the same time. Resultant of passive earth force PP, that is the equation 22511. PP, yes, this is PP. Constitutes of 3 components as shown below. Constitution of 3 components PPY, PPE, and PPQ. Yes, it's there. You can take out, no problem. PPY, which is produced by weight of shear zone BCDE. So this shear zone. PP, which is product. PCE, which is product by weight of shear zone BCDE. This component is calculated by assuming cohesion C and so surcharge gamma Z equal to 0. BPC, which is product produced by cohesion C of soil. This component is calculated by assuming unit weight of soil. we can say PPC, which is a product of cohesion C of soil. This component is calculated by assuming unit weight gamma of soil and surcharge YZ equal to 0. PEQ, which is produced by surcharge YZ. This component is calculated by assuming unit weight gamma and cohesion C of soil equal to 0. So these are three parts. Valuation of PPY, PPC and PP and PPZ are obtained for different surfaces of spheres, and thus they thus are very good. So PPY, which is product by surcharge Z, this component is calculated by assuming the unit weight of unit gamma and the cohesion C of soil equal to 0. Not feeling well, I think. Still my body paining. Now values from PPE, PPY and PPE and PPQ are obtained by different surfaces of values, and then they are added to obtain PPE. Substituting these components of PPE, we get this. Q ultimate plus B. So we can now say these two equations, Q ultimate plus P equal to 2PP, 2 bracket PP plus PPC plus this plus BE tangent theta, BC tangent theta minus 1/4 plus gamma B square tangent theta, and if you take it further, it will change to this one. Q ultimate B equal to 2PP Y minus gamma B square. Oh, come on, this is equation, that is Q ultimate to B equal to 21 2 into PPY minus 1/4 B square and theta. So we can say the same equation is there, you can check yourself. Now let's introduce three factors N, Y and C and in such a way that this 2PPY let's go to the presentation of this, which we have gone through many times back. That is substituting these values in equation, and Q ultimate equal to C and C plus gamma Z and Q plus half gamma B, and so we got Q ultimate equal to C and C plus gamma Z and Q plus half gamma B and T. Okay. Let's go further. That is after finding Q ultimate, design equation called Tarjagi's general bearing capacity. Tarjagi's general bearing capacity equation for continuous footing. Parameters and C and Q and NP are Tarjagi's dimensions, bearing capacity factors due to cohesions of charge and soil. So NC, that says equal to part 5 bracket A square over 2 cos square and bracket 45 equals to 5 to minus 1. NQ is equal to A square over 2 cos square. We got three equations here. Kp is coefficient of pressure for process soils. So these three equations are Nc equal, numerical values depend upon stress values of phi, and therefore we can say Nc equal to part 5 of bracket A square over 2 cos square bracket 45 plus 5 over 2 minus 1 and plus 1. Let's say you are done also fell. Book fell actually. What to do? No problem. Keep falling. How long shall I fall? I enjoy your podcast. So I got it. Let me go to for 1 minute. I'll be back. I'll be back with something else. So we come on to this point here, and that is these are 3 points we got, 3 and C, their numerical value, which is called Trezaghi's general bearing capacity equation, and parameters N, C, and Q, and gamma. N C was cot 9, cot pi, bracket A square over 2 cos square, bracket 45 plus 5 over 2 minus 1. NQ equal to A square or 2 cos square 45 plus 5 over 2, and NY equal to half tangent theta, tangent phi, bracket KP over 2 cos square theta 5 minus 1. Kp is coefficient of pressure, passive pressure for a cohesionless soil. corrosion of soil, and A, and let's say 3, it's A equal to epsilon, wait a minute, bracket to power 3 5 over 4 minus 5 over 2 tangent 5 what's happening here? And is equal to Jajagi has plotted these factors and C and Q and as functions of angle of internal friction phi, which has been shown. Value of these can be found for any value of phi. Now general and local shear. These calculations, if on the calculator, I'll show you this equations which are very important. This equation will be shown to you in fact this equation will be shown to you. My finger is coming, I think, on my waist. I keep my finger separately. These are these NC, NP, and Q. Alright, now come on. Yeah. Let's go to general and local shear failure. So this here. General and local shear failure. As it's known that there are two types of failures, general shear failure and local shear failure. General shear failure and local shear failure. Bearing capacity function that we discussed, NC, NT and Y correspond to general shear failure. In general shear failure, soil is assumed to be in such a state that a slight downward movement of footing develops fully plastic churns, and there is bulging of soil on both sides. In case of soft or loose and compressible soils, there shall be large settlement below footing before failure zones are fully developed. Such failure is known as local shear failure. In such failures, there is large vertical movement of soil before bulging, and same parameter NC, NQ and gamma cannot be used for local shear failure. Tarjagi has proposed that in such cases, modified values of C and phi should be used. Let it be C and phi, and Tarjagi assumes that C equal to 3/2 and tangent phi equal to 2/3 tangent phi. So C is increased to 3/2 in this case, C dash, that is local shear failure. Previously what value we got, C should be increased by 1.5 or 3/2, and tangent phi that we use there should be 2/3 tangent phi. Let me repeat this paragraph because this is an important one. Important in the sense that actually everything is important, but this is very very good to understand, and therefore you must not skip. It says, as is known, that this is regarding general and local shear failure, and says that it is known that there are two types of failures: general shear failure and local shear failure. General shear failure and local shear failure, bearing capacity factor NC, NQ and gamma. Why? C, gamma, well, it's called Y, I think. It's misnamed, and Y correspond to, when I say Y or gamma, this is confusion because of the representation on this page. So we can say correspond to general shear failure. In general shear failure, soil is assumed to be in such a state that is slight downward movement of footing, means soil in such a state that slight downward movement of footing develops fully plastic zones, and there is bulging of soil on both sides. In case of soft or loose and compressible soils, shall be large settlement. There shall be large settlement below footing before failure zones are fully developed. Such failure is known as local shear failure. Case of soft or loose and compressible soils, there shall be large settlement below footing before failure zones are fully developed. Such failure is known as local shear failure. In such failures, there is large vertical movement of soil below bulging before bulging. Vertical movement of soil before bulging is a large vertical movement. In this failure, it shall be known as local shear failure. It is a large vertical movement. It happens large vertical movement of soil before bulging of soil. Same parameter NC, NQ, and I cannot be used for local shear failure. Tarjagi has proposed that in such cases, modified values of C and phi should be used. C dash, let it be C dash and phi dash. And causally assume that C dash equal to 3 over 2C and tangent phi dash equal to 2 over 3 tangent phi. Right? I think we should understand this point. But these suggestions are based upon available stress strain relation. Based on available stress strain relation for such sockets. Bearing capacity factors are calculated using value of C dash and C dash and phi, not C dash. Okay, you will see apostrophe later. Let bearing capacity factors corresponding to local shear failure be denoted by N dash Q, N dash C, N dash Q, and N dash C, N dash Q, N dash Q. Alright, these have been shown by dotted line here in this figure. Equation reduces to following equation, and the Q ultimate in this is 2 over 3 C and dash C and dash C. The C is there. In case of C, it's now 2 over 3 C and dash C plus Y Z and dash Q plus 1 over 2 gamma B and dash Y. This is Q ultimate, as we say previous one. C and C plus Y and Z, so 1 over 2 that. We just either 2 or 3 with that one. C is actually C dash equal to 3 over 2. It should be, I think there's some mistake in this. This is this C equal to this 3 over 2. B dash. So that's some error, I think. And this is YZ into and half. So this is right one, not one. So this very now some difficulty is experienced while deciding whether failure is a general shear failure, is a local shear failure. Now we have to discuss with that. Before that, we see this graph. This is the bearing capacity factor and internal fraction. Bearing capacity factor on x-axis is given 62. Here is from 0, and then 0 to 60. Bearing capacity factors, we have to take one is on 0 and on this side 60 and on that side 80. NC and this full lines are NC and NQ and Y and dotted lines are NSC, NSQ, NSY, and angle of internal friction is 0 to 40 degrees. So let's see this bearing capacity figure diagram here, curve here. There are two types of curve in this. See this? There are two types of curve in this diagram. X-axis is 60 to 0 and 0 to 80. 60 to 0 and 0 to 80 bearing capacity. On y-axis we will find internal friction, angle of internal friction. Now there are three curves here, full curves and dotted curves. Full curves are, you can say, smooth curves, that is NC, NQ and Y, while dotted curves are dash. Means all these three dash is given here. This is the representation of curves on this picture. So what we say, now in this representation I understand that if you compare this to bearing capacity factor and internal friction from let's say 60 and we go on to 0 and then we go on to 80. When it's 60, bearing capacity is high, this is 60, factor 60. In that case, angle of internal friction is 40 or about that. And in case of NC and NY, NQ. Below we can say about 38, 37 like that. 38 maybe for NQ and 30 for this. So this is at angle of 60, angle of increase, higher angle of friction, higher angle of friction here, internal friction, and this is higher bearing capacity, right? Higher angle of friction means higher bearing capacity. When you see it goes 50, then angle of internal friction downs a little, and bearing capacity also downs, and you go further to 40, 30, 40 and to 10, you will find this continuous drop. In both cases, NC and Y and Q, angle of internal friction is down in both cases, and also you can say bearing capacity is reduced. And while you see on NY and same internal coefficient increases and bearing capacity increases, right? There's a reason why it is shown like this, and 0% this side, there is the same difference there. And you see, there is, you can say, in dashed curve there was local and shear failure, like this will be, let's say that if angle of internal friction in fact in these two cases, these are actually quite similar. In these two cases, NC and NQ, because these curves are above these thumb lines, this means angle of internal fraction is almost same, but bearing capacity increases, while in this case of NY, bearing capacity same say, but angle of friction say bearing capacity reduces in this case NY. Let's say sometimes difficulties experienced while deciding whether failure is a general shear failure or local shear failure. These points must be studied very well. Stress strain C soil now. Let's see. Stress strain test C and phi soil. What's happening in this case? I don't know what's happening like this. No. Stress strain test C phi soil. General shear failure at low strain such as less than 5%, local shear failure at large strain may say 10 to 20%. General shear failure at low strain such as less than 5%. Local shear failure at large strain may say 10 to 20%. General shear failure at low strain say such as less than 5% and local shear failure at large strain say 10 to 20. Stress strain test it is. Stress strain test and now angle of internal friction, we take that angle of internal friction. General shear failure, if phi is greater than 36, if phi is angle of internal friction is greater than 36, its general shear failure and local shear failure of friction and internal friction is less than 28 degrees. C. Standard dynamic penetration test. SPT is dynamic one. General shear failure if n is 30 and local shear failure if n is less than 5. Means if soil is weak, if local shear failure, if soil, just say local shear failure, general it is less than 5. General shear failure at low strain, stress strain. Low strain means it is less than 5%, and when it is 10 to 20, it's weak. In this weak soil has local shear failure. You may say general shear failure says 5 to 36 means higher angle of friction means it is general and local shear is less than that. So you can say that I say there's a variation of. So there's, for example, 5 goes to 10 to 20% means 5 to 10, 5 to, about 5 to 10 or 10 to 20 says 10 to 20. It's much weaker, can say. General shear is angle 36 and 28. N is 30 and is 5, lot of differences there. A cohesive soil, this is about other soil, granular soil, cohesive soil. For purely cohesive soils, bearing capacity at ground surface, कोई ultimate 5.7 C cohesive soil. That's formula, I think, 5.7 C, equation 20.16. Yeah, it's 25.14 C, that's okay. It's 5.14 C found somewhere. It's 5. 5.14, this is 5.7 C, because when phi is 0, NC is 5.7, NQ is 1, and Y is 0. But when there is a charge, then equivalent is 5.7 C plus YZ, and it's evident from that the ultimate bearing capacity of soil depends upon cohesion of soil, depth of footing below ground level, and depth of footing below ground level, and unit weight of soil. It's independent of width of footing, as width B does not appear in the equation. Ultimate bearing capacity of soil depends upon cohesion of soil, cohesion of soil, depth of footing below ground level. Says that means the ultimate bearing capacity depends on cohesion of soil, depth of footing below ground level, and a unit weight of soil, but independent of width of footing, as width B does not appear in equation. Cohesionless soil. Cohesionless means granular soil. So in this case, cohesionless soil has cohesion is zero, and so the ultimate for cohesionless soil becomes as follows: progress yz and q is half yb and y. This equation shows that ultimate bearing capacity of cohesionless soil depends upon following factors: unit weight of soil. Unit weight of soil is equal to y equal to g plus se 1 plus e y w, whereas its degree of saturation in case of soil is submerged underwater. Where will be G is 1 say value of y u, whereas the degree of saturation y of c will be less than gamma y amount equal to unit weight of soil. Hence, estimate of position of water table is very essential. If water table is very near to ground surface, then y SU will be reduced. Now, with our footing, it's evident that ultimate bearing capacity increases with increase in width. Above we said y as sub water, y sub degree of saturation that submerged underwater is that case it is g minus 1 over 1 plus e divided by with our footing. It's evident that ultimate capacity increase with increase in width. Depth of footing, ultimate bearing capacity increases with increase in depth of footing. So ultimate bearing capacity of square and circular footing, effect of shape of footing. Effect of shape of footing, let me be careful about this. There is no theoretical method which can tell about effect of shape of footing. Based upon experience and experimental results, there is no theoretical method which can be used about effect of shape of footing. Based on experience only and based on experimental results, Rajagi has recommended following empirical equation for determination of ultimate bearing capacity, and for circular footing it is Q ultimate, that is 1.3 CNC plus YZNQ plus 0.6 YRNY, where R is radius of circular footing, and for square footing Q ultimate equal to 1.3 CNC plus YZNQ plus 0.4 YTNY. You can see this formula here for ultimate bearing capacity. Meyerhof analysis and determination of ultimate bearing. You can just see this is also important one. You can see this for circular footing and for this. Okay. Hold on, please hold on. So now we go to Meyerhoff's analysis, this 536. So we do Meyerhoff's analysis for determining ultimate bearing capacity. Meyerhoff has made a comprehensive investigation of bearing capacity of both shallow and deep foundations. Analysis differs from that of Tarjagi in following ways. Tarjagi neglected shear resistance of soil above bottom level of footing. Now, Tarjagi replaced this soil and assumed this as surcharge. Meyerhoff assumed that shear zones extend above base of footing. Tarjagi neglected shear resistance of soil above bottom level of footing and replaced this soil with surcharge. Assumed surcharge. Meyerhoff assumed that shear zones extend above base of footing. So this is one of difference. Assumption has been replaced by calculation, by factual state of soil. Assumption of Tarjagi was that central wedge surface AC and BC make an angle phi with horizontal. Meyerhoff assumed that this angle is equal to psi. Okay, then we go to that Tarjagi was that central that surface AC BC makes an angle phi with horizontal. Meyerhoff assumed that this angle is equal to psi, where psi is greater than phi. This is another assumption. Then Meyerhoff's general solution is very complicated for routine application. then we can say is angle size greater than 5 and mere of general solution is very complicated. Mere of general solution very complicated for routine application. Bearing capacity of strip foundation in horizontal soil can be given formula. Let's move further. It says that Q ultimate is equal to Y into B over 2 and very complicated, and very area of strip foundation coherent soil can be given by this following formula, which is Q ultimate is equal to Y B over 2 and YQ. Parameters NYQ is called resultant bearing capacity, that is NYQ. It is resultant bearing capacity factor NYQ depends upon NQ and NY both, and NY and Q both. Forward contributes more at greater depth and better and later at shallow depth. Meyerhoff has given a chart of which values of NS, IR and YQ can be found for different angle, different various. Parameter NYQ is called resultant bearing capacity. Factors NYQ depends upon NQ and NY both. Well, forward contributions more at greater depth and later at shallow depth. Meyerhoff has given a chart from which value of NYQ can be found from different values. Let's go to detailed analysis of Meyer's theory is beyond scope of this book, but this analysis is very useful for deep foundations. Now, Meyerhoff has given value of NC and Q and Y for shallow strip foundation. Also goes Let's go to Meyerhoff's bearing capacity factors. Meyerhoff bearing capacity factors with modification for local shear by solvers. Now this is a chart or table you can see, and there's a phi in degrees, then general shear failure NC, NQ and NY, and then local shear failure NSC and SQ, and that was required. Angle is 0 to 40 and values are given here in general shear as well as in local shear, and there's a drop in local shear, much drop. Okay, let me show you this chart first. Values I just indicate one or two because now it says angle phi is let us say 0, then the general is general shear failure NC 5.4, NQ 10 and NY 0, and local shear failure is NE 3.5 and NC I think NC 5. So NC is 3.5 and 0 angle, and then NC and SQ is 1 and NSY is 0. So you see NC in general is 5.4 and goes down to 3.5 local. Similarly NQ10 goes down to 1 and 0 goes down to 0. Then if your angle is 10, angle of internal friction is 10, then general NC is 8 and general NS is 4.7, general NQ is let's say 4.7. Same way, if you take 20 and angle 20, NC is 14, NQ is 6.7 and NY is 2.8, while in local 14 goes down to 6.8, 6.7 goes down to 3.2 and 2.8 goes down to 1. Now let's go to NT20 is one of 25, angle 25, NC is 20 which goes down to 8, NQ is 12 which goes down to 4.8 and then 6.3 which goes down to 2, and then it is 30. If you go to, if you go to at 5:30, NC is 29 going down to 10, NQ is 20, and this 20 goes down to 7, and Y is 16 goes down to 2.8. and then it's like 30, 35, 40 hours in here. You can say 30, 29 goes down to 10, 20 goes NC, and 20 goes down to 7, and then NY 16 goes down to 3.8. And when you see 35, angle 35, then it is NC goes down to 48, and NQ in the R is and also if you take this 35 and 35, it goes down to 48, sorry, it's 48 NC, which goes down to 13, and NC NQ is 34, that goes down to 11, and then it's 40, and it goes down to 13. And then you can say this is 35, which is 48, goes down to 13, then NQ is 34, goes down to 11, and you can say and now its answer is 40 and goes to 20. This is 76, it goes down to 18, and yes, and Q is 67, that goes down to 17, and NY is 100, goes down to 16. So there is no, you can say, regular procedure adoption. It's basic calculations. Varying methods are here. Merhoff has suggested formula if load is eccentric but vertical. Formula is second time it's third time. Now we go to is that Merhoff has suggested following formula if load is eccentric but vertical, and this formula is Q ultimate equal to bracket B minus 2E over B, then another bracket C and E plus YZ and Q. Now we go to this bracket C and C plus YZ and Q bracket B and plus Branch Hansen analysis for determination of bearing capacity. This heart will not permit me anything. Early morning, yeah. और लाइफ फिर भी चली गई. Comes and goes. क्या करते हैं बिजली वाले यार. इंजीनियरिंग इनकी है. इलेक्ट्रिकल में जितने होने के बाद ये हाल है. Brinch Hansen analysis for determination of bearing capacity. So we did plan to, we did then Terjagi and now Merhoff and now Brinch, and so we are going in that direction. This chest is a problem. So much chest. Alright, so we will do that. Brinch Hansen, a Danish engineer, has modified analysis of Terjagi to include effect of shape and depth of footing, as well as inclination of loads. According to him, ultimate bearing capacity can be determined by following formula. Q ultimate equal to C and C SC DC IC C and C SC DC IC plus delta NQ SQ DQ IQ plus half BN I NY SY DY IY, where delta equal to overburden pressure at foundation level and overburden pressure at foundation level, and S is shear factor, and S is shear factor, and D is depth factor, I is inclination of load factor, and NC I think NC dash I think was a 0, NC, NQ and bearing capacity factors. Now this table gives value of bearing capacity of factors for different values of angle of internal friction as determined by Brinch Hansen, and this is Brinch Hansen's bearing capacity factors. I'll get you a table. So I'll show you factor first. this is gas. Gas. Now what it says, Branch Hansen says bearing capacity factors. Says phi minus phi is NE and NQ and NY. These terms 0 to 40 same, and this is N0 phi 0, then first and phi say NE 5.14, NQ1 and NY0. When it is 10, phi is 10, and N is 8.34, and Q is 2.47, and Y is 0.47, and when it is 10, it's 8.34, and then NQ is 2.47, and NY is 3.54, and this is 20, Y is 20, and this is 14.8, and that is 6.4, and this 3.54. Just God. And if you go to 25, phi is 25, and is 20.72, and Q is 10.66, and Y is 8.11, and when it is 30, phi is 30, and E is 30.14, and Q is 18.4, and Y is 18.08, and when it is 35, phi is 35, 35 is NC is 46.13, and Q is 33.29, and that's this. So when it's 40, this is then you can say N is 75.3, and Q is 64.18, and Y is 95.4. Value of shape factors have been given at table 25.3. Value of shape factors, and then value of inclination factors. All are there. Value of subfactors is shape base SC, SQ, and SY. Continuous strict shape of base, then rectangle, then square, and circular. Now value of shape factors, B is equal to width and L is equal to length. Shape factors continuous strip, and we say S is 1, S1, SQ is 1 and SY is 1. Rectangles, in this one we add 1 plus 20% of time to B over L. Then there's SQ this one, other one, and we have to this 1 plus the point to B over L, and in other one also you have to 0.4 in that case 1 to B over L. Let's say if square, then factor for SC is 1.3 and for SQ is 1.2 and for SY is 0.8, and when this is a circle dia B, then SC is 1.3, SQ is 1.2 and SY is 0.6. Value of inclination factors divided for value of inclined factors. In that case, value of inclination factors is then revolution is inclination factor, that is LE. LE, that is H1 minus H over 2CBL, and then IQ, this is IL, this inclination on the H of 2CBL, and IQ is 1 minus 0.5 H over V, and this IQ square. Limitation, H is less than equal to V tangent delta minus CBL, where tangent delta is the coefficient of friction between footing, base and soil, and C is equal to cohesion between footing and soil. L is equal to length of footing parallel to H. H is equal to horizontal component of total load. Y is equal to vertical component of total load. Value of depth factors have to be given. Depth factors there. Let's say first view these three. If these three, is very hot for me early morning, and in daytime it's difficult to get signals. So anyway, what to do is life. So like this, this was that before table I showed to you. This other one factors, and this other one factors, angle of inclination here factors, and this is other factors, and this other factors. First table is bearing capacity factors. Second table is shape factors, and third table is value of inclination factors for bridge. And then value of depth factors, DC, DE, DY, DE, DQ and DT. All these are, in this first case it's DE is 1 is plus 0.35 D over A, other one is 1 plus 0.35 D over B, and third one is 1. So DQ equal to DE for 5 greater than 25, 1 for 5, 0. Branch Hansen formula gives better test correlations for cohesive soils than Pregas equations. Now Balla's analysis for determination of ultimate bearing capacity करे यार? There's no power. What to do? How can I sit like this? How long can I sit like this? Still 2 more hours. So I think I should stop it. Only then. I think I should change to screen share better. I think so. I should do that. Should I change that one to content वाले इसको से आ जाए? हो सकता है, really? Let us discuss one right. फिर क्या discuss हाँ? Okay, I think I should stop here for this technical work. I moved to contract today, and let us discuss something about contract. I'll close this better. We'll do this tomorrow. I think tomorrow we'll do something in this. Minimum charge, and we'll take to maybe tomorrow we'll finish this. And then I should close this chapter, and we move to. Let's talk today. I think it's better if we talk of FedEx. Okay, let me see if I can. If I can. My God, what to do? If I can go, because so technical. One day for this and one day that. Better. So I have talked about soil. Let's talk about now. I want to share. I think I should share that. There's chance of FedEx here. I'm going to share FedEx file. Let me open this file. FedEx file. Generally, account names affect where's that FedEx file. Let's say I try to share silver FedEx silver 2017. Let us see, just to at least you should see that file. It's an important file. This is FedEx. Also other one file will take later. This is FedEx one. Sometimes this, sometimes that, so you don't feel bored as well, FedEx, and because FedEx is a very important one from point of view of understanding. We'll see, rather than see if we can do that. So very go. I think you got it. Right? You got it. Alright guys, this is Silver FIDEC 2017. See this file, and we have discussed about this. We discussed about this and we had reached to some pages, and let me first show you what this file is, at least from here, general conditions, because others are different. If you go back to all, let's leave that, just nothing to that. Let's see what general conditions are. This I'm showing only as reference file, just for informing what actually we are talking about. In this, first of all, it is index. I'm telling you the contents of this is general provisions. This is definitions. This is in clause 1.1 definition, clause 1.2 interpretation, clause 1.3 notices and other communications, clause 1.4 law and language, clause 1.5 priority of documents, clause 1.6 contract agreement, clause 1.7 assignments, and clause 1.8 care and supply of documents, clause 1.9 employers use of contracts documents, and clause 1.10 contractors use of employers documents. And employers of contract documents, 110 contractors use of employers document, 111 confidentiality, and 112 is compliance with laws, and joint and several liability and limitation of liability and contract termination and employer. So you can see that is then employers, clause 2 is 2.1 right of access to site, right 2.2 assistance, and 2.3 is employers personal and other contractors, and 2.4 is employers financial arrangements, and 2.5 is site data and items of reference, items of reference, and 2.6 employer supplied materials and employer's equipment. And then Alright, now employer's administration. Employer's representative, that is 3.1, 3.2 is the other employer's personal, 3.3 is delegated persons, 3.4 is instructions, and 3.5 is the agreement of determination. 3.6 meetings. 4 is contractor, 4.1 is contractors, general obligations, performance security, 4.3 is contracts representative, 4.4 is subcontractor, 4.5 is nominated subcontractor, 4.6 is cooperation, 4.7 is setting out, 4.8 is health and safety obligations, 4.9 is quality management and compliance verification system, and 4.10 is use of site data, 4.11 is sufficiency of contract price, and 4.12 is unforeseeable difficulties, and 4.13 is rights of way and facilities. Then 4.14 is avoidance of interference, and 4.15 is access route. And 4.60 is transport of goods, and 4.70 is context equipment. Four eighty is protection of environment, and 490 is temporary utilities, 420 is progress reports, and 421 is you can say 4 for the avoidance of interference, 415 is access route, 416 is transport of goods, and 417 is contractors equipment, 418 protection of environment, and 419 is temporary utilities, and 420 progress supports. 421 security of site, and 422 contractors operations on site, and 422 archaeological and geological findings. So temporary utilities, 419, 420 is progress supports, 421 is security of site, and 422 contractors operations on site. And now 420 is progress support, and 421 is security of site, and 422 contractors. What to do, Hari, what to do? What guy? Oh. This is like a drum. How to work like this? About right. Design, files design, article class 5, design. 5.1 is general design obligations, and 5.2 is contractors documents, and 5.3 is contracts undertaking, and 5.4 is technical standards and regulations. So 5.4 is technical standards and regulations. 5 is 4.4. चलो यार, alright then, let's move something. So 5.5 is what's that? Let me see. 5.1 is general design complications. 5.2 contractors documents. 5.3 contractors undertaking. 5.4 technical standards and regulations. And 5.5 is training. Then 5.5 training. 5.6 as built records. 5.7 operations and maintenance. And as we drawings, and 5.7 is operations and maintenance. क्या करोगे यार, करें भाई, क्या करूँ एकदम, क्या करेगा यार, सुन तो यार भुगतना पड़ेगा, अब भुगतना पड़ेगा। भाई मर गए भाई मर गए। अरे यार काम भी नहीं करने के बिजली वाले, क्या करें, अरे सोचने को कुछ कर रहे हैं नहीं कर रहे। So 5.6 is as built records, and 5.7 operation and maintenance manuals, and 5.8 design errors. So this is regarding designs. This is very important part of this. Then go to staff and labor. Staff and labor is 6.1 engagement of staff and labor. 6.1 is engagement of staff and labor. I can take over. Yeah. So engagement of staff and labor, rates of wages and conditions of labor, recruitment of persons is for 6.3, recruitment of persons, 6.4 is labor laws, 6.5 is working hours, 6.6 facility for staff and labor, 6.7 health and safety of personnel, and 6.8 contractor superintendents, 6.9 contractors personnel, 6.10 contractors records. Disorderly is disorderly conduct. 6.11 is disorderly conduct, and 6.12 is key plant, key personnel. Disorderly conduct is 11, and 12 is key personnel of plant, materials and workmanship. Manner of execution, 1 is manner of execution, 2 samples, 3 inspections, 4 testing by contractor, 5 defects and rejections, 6 remedial works, 7 ownership of plant and material, and 8 is royalty. Then we can say this is actually 7.1. I'm sorry, 7.1 is 2, 2, and 8. Then it is 8 commercial commencement of commencement and delays and suspension. I'm sorry, it's hot. It's sweating hot, 90% humidity. I had to now 8 clause, this is 8.1 commencement of works, time for completion, 8.3 program, 8.4 advanced warning, 8.5 extension of time for completion, 8.6 delays caused by authorities, 8.7 rate of progress, 8.8 delay damages, 8.9 employer suspension, 8 is people maybe think, oh, I'm not going further. The problem I'm sitting in problem here. I never expected this waste of time. No, I think why? Yeah, I think okay. So 8.7 rate of progress, 8.8 daily matches, 8.9 employer suspension, 8 in consequences of employer suspension, 8 level payment for plant and materials after employer suspension, and 8.12 is prolonged suspension, 8.30 is resumption of work and test and completion. And 9 is test completion, 9.1 contract certification, 9.2 deliver tax, and 9.3 hold on a minute, please. Let me stand a while. this shirt and sit down without shirt for 5 at time. Not just giving shares and share, there's no major problem. So test on completion 9, class 9 in contracts obligations, 9 to delete tests, 9 3 retesting, 9 for failure to pass test on completion. 10 is employers taking over. 10 is employers taking over. 10 1 taking over works and sections. 10 2 taking over parts of work. 10 3 interference with test on completion. Then 11 is defects after taking over. 11 1 is completion of outstanding work and remedying defects. 11 2 is cost of revenue defects. Then 11 3 is extension of the defects notification period. 11 4 is failure to remedy defects. 11 5 is remedying of defective work at site. 11 6 is further tests after remedying defects. 11 7 right of access after taking over. 11 8 is contractor to search. 11 9 is performance certificate. 11 10 is unfulfilled obligations. 11 clearing site test after completion is 12, class 12 test after completion. 12 1 is procedure for testing after completion. 12 2 is delayed test. 12 3 is retesting. 12 4 is failure to pass test after completion. So now this is class 13. Class 13, and this is variations and adjustment. 13.1 right to vary. 13.2 value engineering. 13.3 variation procedure. 13.4 provisional sums. 13.5 day works. 13.6 adjustments for changes in loss. 13.7 adjustment for changes in cost. Then 14, class 14 contract prices and payments. Contract prices and payments. Okay, let's go. Now, contract prices and payment. 14.1 is contract price. 14.2 is advance payment. 14.3 is application for interim payment. 14.4 is schedule of payments. 14.5 plants and materials intended for works. 14.6 interim payments. 14.7 payments. 14.8 delayed payments. 14.9 release of retention money. 14.10 statement at completion. 14.11 final statement. 14.12 discharge. 14.13 final payment. 14.14 cessation of employer's liability. 14.15 currencies of payment. Termination by employer. Clause 15, termination by employer. Termination by employer. Now 15.1 notice to correct. 15.2 termination for contractor's default. 15.3 valuation after termination for contractor's default. 15.4 payment after termination for contractor's default. 15.5 termination for employer's convenience. 15.6 valuation after termination for employer's convenience. 15.7 payment after termination for employer's convenience. And clause 16 suspension and termination by contractor. Suspension by 13.16.1 suspension by contractor, and 16.2 termination by contractors, and 16.3 contractors the obligations after termination. Alright, then suspension and termination by contractor. 16, this clause 16, 16 suspension by contractor, 16 to termination by contractor, 16 to contract, 16 3 contractor obligations after termination, and 16 for payment after termination by contractor. Then clause 17, care of works and indemnities. 17 1 responsibility for care of works, 17 2 liability for care of works, 17 3 intellectual and industrial property rights, and 74 17 4 now care for works and increment in the indemnities. Clause 17 responsibility for care of works, 72 liability for care of works, 17 3 care for works and indemnities. Clause 17 responsibility for care of works, 17 2 liability for care of works, 17 3 intellectual and industrial property rights, and 17 4 indemnities by contractor, 17 5 indemnities by employer, and 17 6 care of works and indemnities. That is clause 17 responsibility for care of works, 17 2 liability for care of works, 17 3 intellectual and industrial property rights, and 17 4 indemnities by contractor, 17 5 17.5 17.5 indemnities by employer, and 17 6 share. Then shares in that exceptional events. That's 18, clause 18 exceptional events. Exceptional events. Let's move now. 18 is exceptional event. 18.1 exceptional events, and 18.2 notice of an exceptional event, and 18.3 duty to minimize delay, 18.4 consequences of an exceptional event, and 18.5 is optional termination, and 18.6 is release from performance under law. 19 clause 19 insurance, 19.1 general requirement, 19.2 insurance to be provided by contractor, 20 clause 20 employers and contractors claims. 21 20.1 20.1 and then you can say in this case we go to, after claims, we go to a new development, and this clause 21, disputes and arbitration. 21.1, this is constitution of DAAB, and 21.2, failure to appoint DAB members. 21.3, avoidance of disputes, and 21.4, obtaining DAAB's decision. 21.5 is amicable settlement, and 21.6 is arbitration. 21.7 is failure to comply with DAB's decision, and 21.8, no DAB will win. Now, this appendix after that, the general conditions of dispute, avoidance, adjudication, agreements, index of subclauses then, and then if you go forward, you'll find this provisions now. I'll just show you this because I continued up to some, I think I had continued up to clause 6. I'll just show you this and then I'll move from that clause. I think it was designs I stopped at. So I'll move, just show you these pages, maybe I think 10 more pages I probably, and we'll then discuss further. See, this बिजली का क्या मसला है यार. बिल्कुल लेवा नहीं है यार. बिल्कुल शर्म आगे भी लगा है. Hold on, because for how provisions, and these provisions are very important for engineers, but unfortunately I can't say why engineers are not serious about this. They have given their powers into other sense, and then they say we are not respected. How can they respect it? We don't use these powers. Power. Money is biggest power everywhere. You just get control of money and then leave it to others, then what to do with that. Let's talk sometimes bigger. Now this is provisions, and provisions, and I'm just going to show you this for sake of this is 111 advance payment. In this context, the following words and expressions shall have same meaning as this is the very usual. 111 advance payment guarantee, 112 base date, 113 claims, 114 commencement date, 115 compliance verification system, 116 conditions of contract. On these conditions, 117 contract, 118 contract agreement, and 119 contract data, and 110 contract price, and contract means, and then contract document. Screen is taking a lot of time today. Why is taking a lot of time? Let us see. Okay. Then 111 is contractor, 112 is contractor's document, 113 is contractor's equipment, and 114 is contractor's personnel, and 115 is contractor's representative, and 116 is cost. and 117 is cost plus profit, and then 118 country, 119 DAB, dispute avoidance oblique adjudication board. Previously it was DAB only, DAB, that was dispute adjudication board. Avoidance also is more important than adjudication board, so DAB has been replaced, it has been replaced by DAB. The DAB has been replaced by DAB. And then 1120 DAB agreement, and 1120 date of completion. 1122 day means calendar day, and 1123 day work schedule, and 112 is the defects notification period, DNP we call it, and then 1125 delay damages, and 1126 is dispute, and then 1127 is employers, and 1128 is employers equipment, and 129 is employer's personal, and 130 is the employer's representative, 1131 employer's requirements, and then 1132 employer's supplied materials, 133 exceptional events. Previously it was actually force majeure, now that is been replaced by exceptional events. 1134 extension of time or EOT, and 135 is FIDIC. What is FIDIC? And 136 is final statement. 137 Alright, so 136 final statement, 137 foreign currency, 138 the general conditions, 139 goods, and 1140 joint venture, and 1141 JV undertaking, then 1140 the key personal, 1143 laws, and 1144 local currency, 1145 materials, and 146 months, and then 147 no objection, 148 notice, 149 notice of satisfaction or NOD. Okay, then 1148 notice, then 1149 notice of dissatisfaction, 1150 particular condition, 1151 party, 1152 performance certificate, 1153 performance damages, and 1154 performance security, 1155 payment works, 156 plan, then 1157 program. Then 1158 provisional sum, and 1159 QM system, and there's quality management, and 11860 retention money, 161 review, and 160 schedules, 160 schedule for program payments, 164 schedule of payments guarantee, and performance guarantee, schedule, this is schedule of performance guarantee, 165 schedule of rates and expenses, and 166 is 166. So Okay, then next one, 165 schedule of rates of prices, 1160 is a section, and 1167 site, 1168 is special provisions, 1169 statements, and 117 subcontractors, 117 taking of certificate, 170 is temporary works, 173 tender, 174 tests after completion, and 175 test on completion, and 176 time for completion, and then 177 unforeseeable, 178 variation, 179 works, and 180 years. Then let me say now let's say next one. Now it's next one is priority of performance service. Alright, now 1.1.5 is priority of documents. It's very important clause we'll discuss with later on, but let's go now. Then contract agreement 1.6 and 1.7 assignments, and on it care and supply of documents. Then it is employers' use of contractors' documents. Employers' use of contractor documents, and then 110 is contractors' use of employers' document, 111 is confidentiality, and 112 compliance with laws, and then 113 is joint and several liability, limitation of liability, and contract relation. Contracts termination on 15, and employer also no employer. The employer what can do, let us see, right of access to site, and assistance 2.2 assistance, and 2.3 employers personal and other contractors, and 2.4 is employers financial assistance, and arrangements, employers financial arrangements, and 2.5 site data and items of reference, 2.6 employers supplied materials and employers equipments, and employers administration. Employers administration 3.1 employers representative, and then it is 3.2 other employers personal, 3.3 is delegated persons, and then 3.4 instructions, and 3.5 agreement of determination, and Now three sixes meetings and three of them this something. Okay, contractor. This is contractor now 4-1. Contractors obligations and performance security 4-2 performance security. Then it is 4-3 contracts plus representative. I know 4-3 is contractors representative and 4-4 is subcontractors and subcontractors and 4-5 nominated subcontractors, and then 4-6 cooperation, 4-7 setting out, and 4-7 health and safety. Health and safety obligations 4-8, then it is 4-9 quality management and compliance verification systems, and use of site data 4-1, 4-10, and 4-11 is sufficiency of contract price, and 4-12 is enforceable difficulties. 4-13 is rights of way and facilities, and 4-14 evidence of this. Okay, 4-14 avoidance of interference, 4-15 access route, and 4-16 transport of goods, and 4-17 contracts equipment, and 4-18 protection of environment, 4-10 temporary utilities, and 4-2 potency progress. then you can say, 421 security of site, and 422 contractors operations on site, and then 423 archaeological and geological findings and designs that I said Gen 5 even general designs obligations, and then contract 5 to contract documents, and then let's go to now contractors undertakings 5354 technical standards of railway and regulations. Then 5 training, and 5 6 Azure lines. And then 857 operations and maintenance manuals, and 5 8 design errors, and 5 then standard labor, standard staff, 6 1 engagement of staff and labor, rates of wages and conditions for labor, recruitment of persons, 863, and 6 4 labor laws, 6 5 working hours, 6 facilities and staff and for staff and labor, 867 is health and safety of personnel. So you can see health and safety of personnel, 6 7, health and safety of personnel, 6 8 contractor superintendents, 6 8 contractor superintendents, and 6 9 contractors personnel, and 6 10 contractor covers, and 6 11 disorderly conduct, 6 12 key personnel, plants, materials and workmanship. I think we have to stop from here. I already figured this is very well, but even better if I just revise something of previous one. So this is again still don't like, So plants, materials and workmanship. 7.1 manner of execution. It says now, let's say this way, let's shift this way. It's better if I'm going to do. Previously up to designs we had discussed, I think I remember. Or you want to see that again? Let's see that again better. A brief look on that we can see, so that design is also a very important part of you people. Let us see design first. I will discuss design and then move on to right. Let's discuss again better. Because design is a very important part. Design is a very important part. 5.5 technical standards. Yes, designs, general designs obligations. This is let us have a brief on this first, so that we can move further, because it's a very important part. Then you have to labor. Others are of course important. We'll talk later. It's very important part of the EPC in design. Very top element of that design is like nothing. It's the latest example of designs, and design takes time. We have to understand, and design is not about structures. It was complete project. Means we have to understand point, and not simply structure. I'm talking about architecture, structure, civil, everything, building design, structural design, and equipment, machinery, all types of equipment. So it's saying that general design obligations. It says contractors shall be deemed to have scrutinized prior to base date employers' requirements, including designs, criteria, and calculations, if any. Contractor shall carry out and be responsible for design of works and for accuracy of such employers' requirements, including design criteria and calculations, except as stated subclause below. Design shall be prepared by designers who are engineers or other professionals qualified, experienced, and competent in disciplines of designs for which they are responsible. B. Comply with so why say employer says uh, employer shall not be responsible for resource service. Yes, this was comply with the criteria or qualified and by the other applicable laws to design works. Employer shall not be responsible for any error, inaccuracy, or omission of whatever kind and in employer's requirements as originally included in contract, and shall not be deemed to have given any representation of accuracy or completeness of, of any data or information except as stated in the subclause below. Data or information received by contractor from employer or otherwise shall not relieve contractor from contractor's responsibility for the execution of works. Right. Yeah. Even though people shall say, I'm not speaking much, what I do. Employer shall not be responsible for any inaccuracy or omissions of any kind in employer's requirements as originally included in contract, and shall not be deemed to have given any representation of accuracy or completeness of any data or information except as stated in the subclause below. Any data or information received by contractor from employer or otherwise shall not relieve the contractor from contractor's responsibility for execution of works. However, employers shall be responsible for correctness at following portions of employer's requirements and of following. Right now, now says, however, employers shall be responsible for correctness of following portions of employer's requirements and of following data and the information provided by or on behalf of employer. A. Portions, data, and information which are stated in contract as being immutable or responsibility for employers. Now the definitions on intended programs. Alright, so let us do that. However, employers shall be responsible for correctness of following portions of employer's requirements and of following data and information provided by or on behalf of employer of a portions, data and information which are stated in contract as being immutable or responsibility of employer. Definitions of intended purposes of works which are any parts thereof, and criteria for testing and performance of completed works, and portions, data and environment and information which cannot be verified by the contractor except as otherwise stated. Okay. Contractor's documents shall comprise documents specified in employer's requirements, if any, required to satisfy all permissions, licenses, and other regulatory approvals which are contractor's responsibility under subclause 112 compliance with laws, and described in subclause 56 as well records, and or subclause 57 operation and maintenance manuals where applicable. Preparation by contractor. Unless otherwise stated in employer's requirements, contractor's documents shall be written in language for communications defined in subclause 1 for law and language. Contractor shall prepare all contractor's documents and other documents, whatever other documents necessary to complete and implement design during execution of works, and to instruct contractors personnel. Alright then. So unless otherwise stated in employer's requirement, contractor's documents shall be written in language for communications defined in subclause 1.4 law and language. The contractor shall prepare all contractor's documents and whatever else documents necessary to complete and implement design during execution of works, and to instruct contractors personnel. Review by employer. In this subclause 2522, review period means period not exceeding 21 days or as otherwise stated in employer's requirement, calculated from date on which employer employer receives a contractor's document and a contract's notice. Contractor's document excludes whatever contract's document which is not specified in employer's requirements or these conditions are being required to be submitted for review, but includes all documents on which a specified contractor's document relies for completeness. So I repeat these two. Review period means period not exceeding 21 days or otherwise stated in employer's requirements, and calculated from date on which employer receives a contractor's document and a contractor's notice. Contractor's document includes all or any of contractor's document which is not specified in employer's requirements or these conditions as being required to be submitted for review, but includes all documents on which a specified contractor's document relies for completeness, and contractor's notice means notice which shall state that relevant contractor's document is considered by contractor to be ready for review under this subclause, and 522 subclause 522 and for use, and that it complies with employer's requirements, and those these conditions or extent to which it stays. That's all. Okay, no light, still no light. This is Faridabad smart city. You know what a beautiful city. Faridabad smart city. This is Modi's achievement. 24 hours light I shall give you. This is achievement. This is achievement of Modi. And 24 hours light I shall give you. Only talks and talks. There should be some engineer in this country to take care of this country rather than these rubbish politicians, I say. There should be engineers in this country. They are sitting fools in power. Now, contract notice means notice which shall state that relevant contractor's document is considered by contractor to be ready for review under this subclause 522 and for use, and that complies with employer's requirements, and these conditions are extent to which it does not do. If employer if employer's requirements or these conditions specify that a contractor's document is to be submitted to employer for review, which shall be submitted accordingly together with the contractor's notice. I'm trying throat. This is okay, 20 minutes more. Let's say which light guy there. Let's see what works. Employer shall, with review period, employer shall within review period give a notice to contractor of no objection, which may include comments concerning minor matters which will not substantially affect works, or B. that contractor's documents fails to extent stating to comply with employer's requirements and or contract limitations. If employer gives no notice within review period, employer shall be deemed to have given a notice of no objection to contractor's documents, provided that all other contractor's documents on which that contractor documents relies have been given or are deemed to have been given a notice of no objection. If employer instructs that further contractor's documents are reasonably required to demonstrate if employer instructs that further contractor's documents are reasonably required to demonstrate that contractor's design complies with contract, contractor shall prepare and submit them promptly to employer at contractor's cost. If employer gives a notice under subparagraph B above, contractor shall, number 1, revise contractor's document, number 2, resubmit it to employer for review in accordance with this subclause 522, and review period shall be calculated from date that employer receives it and not be entitled to extension of time for whatever delay caused by whatever such revision and resubmission and or by subsequent review by employer. If employer incurs additional cost as a result of such resubmission and subsequent review, employer shall be entitled, subject to subclause 20.2 claims for payment and or extension of time to payment by contractor of cost reasonably incurred. Construction. Except for contractor's documents under subclause 5.6, as-built records and subclause 5.7, operation and maintenance manuals or each part of works requiring contractor's documents to be submitted for review, A. Construction of such parts shall not commence until a notice of no objection is given or is deemed to have been given by employer for all contractor's documents which are relevant to its design and execution. B. Construction of such parts shall be in accordance with these contractor's documents, and C. Contractor may modify whatever design or contractor's documents which have previously been submitted for review by giving a notice to employer with reasons. If contractor has commenced construction of part of work to which such design or contractor's documents are relevant. 1. Work on this part shall be suspended. Work on this part shall be suspended. 4. Provisions of subclause 522 review by employer shall apply as if employer had given a notice in respect of contractor's documents under subparagraph B of subclause 522 and work on this part shall not resume until a notice of no objection is given for or is deemed to have been given by employer for revised documents. Contractor undertakes that design, contractor's documents and execution of works and completed works will be in accordance with law of the country and documents formed in contract as altered by modified by whatsoever. Laws of country and documents of forming contract as altered and modified by variations. This is technical standards and regulations and principal contract undertaking, and so it is that this was what is documents. We are doing documents, and this is now what is undertaking, and this is now technical standards and regulations. Technical standards and regulations. Technical now contractors documents, execution of works and completed works, including defects remedied by contractor, shall comply with country's technical standards, building, construction and environmental laws applicable to product being produced from works, and other standards specified in employer's requirements applicable to works are defined by applicable laws. Alright, all these technical or other standards and laws shall in respect of, you can say, all these technical and other standards and laws shall, in respect of works and each section be those enforced when works or sections are taken over under clause 10, employers taking over. References in contract to published standards shall be understood to be reference to edition applicable on base date unless stated otherwise. If change other new applicable standards, if change or new applicable standards come into force in country after base date, contract shall promptly give a notice to employer, and if appropriate or requested by employer, submit proposals for compliance to extend that. Employer considers that compliance is required, and such compliance requires changes to execute works and be contracted proposals for employer considers that compliance is required, and such compliance requires changes to execution of works, and contractors' proposals for compliance constitute a variation. Then employer shall initiate a variation in accordance with clause 13, variation and adjustment. Right now, training 5.5, and previously was technical standards regulations. Now it is training. If no training of employees of employer and or other identified personnel by contractor is specified in employer's requirements, this subclause shall not apply. Contractor shall carry out training of employees and other personnel identified in employees' requirements in operation and maintenance of works and other aspect of works to extent specified in employer's requirement. Contractor shall carry out training of employees of employer and or other personnel identified in employer's requirements in operation and maintenance of works and whatever other aspects of works to extent specified in employer's requirements. If employer's requirements specify training which is to be carried out before taking over, works shall not be considered to be completed for this purpose of taking over under subclause 10(1), taking over works and sections until this training has been completed in accordance with the employer's requirements. Let's go. Now, timing of training shall be as stated in employer's requirements. If not stated as acceptable to the employer, contractor shall provide qualified and experienced training staff, training facilities and all training materials as necessary and on as stated in employer's requirements. As with regards. As well as regards I move out from this share and come to main. Okay, if no as-built records to be prepared by contractor, says that if no as-built records to be prepared by contractor are specified in employer's requirements, this subclause shall not apply, but it applies. Contractor shall prepare and keep up to date a complete set of as-built records of execution of works, showing exact as-built locations, sizes and details of work as executed by contractor. Format, referencing system of electronic storage and other relevant details of as-built records shall be as stated in employer's requirements. If not stated as acceptable to employer, these records shall be kept on site and be used exclusively for purpose of this subclause. Contractor shall submit to employer. Contractor shall submit to employer under subclause 522 review by employer. still ongoing. This is as-built record. Okay. A. As-built records for works or section. For works or section, as case may be, before commencement of test on completion, and updated as-built records to extend that whatever work is executed by contractor, 1. During and or after test on completion before issue of whatever taking over certificate under subclause 10.1 taking over works and sections, and 2. After taking over under subclause 10.1 taking over works and sections before issue of performance certificate. Now, numbers of copies of as-built records to be submitted by contractor under this subclause shall be as required under subclause 1.8 care and supply of documents. Operation and maintenance manuals. Operation and maintenance manuals. If no operation and maintenance manuals to be prepared by contractor are specified in employer's requirements, this subclause shall not apply. Contractor shall prepare and keep up to date a complete set of operations and manuals. For works. O&M, operation and manuals in these conditions. Format and other relevant details of operation and maintenance manuals shall be according to stated in employer's requirements, and in whatever case these manuals shall A. be in sufficient detail for employer to be in sufficient details. Okay. Format and other relevant details of O&M manuals shall be stated in employer's requirements, and in any case, in whatever case, these manuals shall be sufficient detail for employer to operate, maintain, and adjust works to ensure that performance of works, section, and of plants, as case may be, continue to comply with performance. Then be in sufficient details for employer to operate, maintain, and adjust works to ensure that performance of works, section, and or plant, as case may be, continues to comply with performance criteria specified in employer's requirements. And employers operate, maintain, dismantle, reassemble, adjust, and repair plant. Include an inventory of spare parts required for employers' future operation and maintenance of plant. This is for employers. Now, what is this title? Change of same thing. Okay, then before commencement of tests on completion, contractor shall submit provisional O&M manuals for works on sections as case may be. As case may be. To employer under subclass 522 review by employer. If during tests on completion errors or defects are found in provisional O&M manual, contractor shall promptly rectify error or defect at contractor's risk and cost. Before issue of any taking over certificate under subclass 10 taking over works and sections, the final O&M manuals shall be submitted to employer under subclass 522. Okay, now before issue of taking over certificate and subclass 10.1, taking over works and sections, final manuals shall be submitted to employer and the subclass 522 review by employer. Design error. Let's talk of design error. If errors, omissions, ambiguities, inconsistencies, inadequacies, or other defects are found in contractor's design and or contractor's documents, they and works shall be corrected in accordance with subclass 7.5 defects and rejections. If such contractor's documents were previously defect of, all the subjects in notices. Alright, then say here, I'll have to see how long it is, design errors. Okay, we can complete this, no problem. It's very small because time is also 7:50. So if errors, omission, ambiguities, inconsistency, inadequacies or other defects are found in contractor design and or contractor's documents, they and work shall be corrected in accordance with subclass 7.5 defects and rejections. If such contractor's documents were previously subject of a notice of no objection given for or deemed to have been given by employer under subclass 522, review by employer provisions of subclass 522 shall be. Alright, then review by employer, it says that provision of subclass 522 shall apply as employer has given a notice in the subclass contractors documents under subparagraph this subclass 522. All corrections and submissions under this subclass shall be at contractor's risk and cost. Next is staff and labor. I'll do tomorrow. I will do this, not this one, but other one. That is, take up plants and labors on this. This will take tomorrow. And I'll be back. I should be back here. Am I coming back? Am I coming back? Yeah, I come back. Thank you. I'll be back here again. So I have shown you a file that is regarding designs and FedEx sharing on this Facebook. This is time now that engineers must be aware of their liabilities in designs. Easy to say EPC, it's very easy to say EPC, but EPC is not that easy as we think, because in EPC definition itself says this is engineering, procurement and construction. You have to understand project first, what you want to do. I mean to say you have to design project, and before designing you have to take conception of that. You have to design not only structure, you have to design whole project. Alone structural engineers are not adequate for this. We need all classes of engineers. Civil, complete civil, when I say structure or I say civil, both are mutual for each other, both are complementary for each other. Civil and you can say civil and structural engineers are together, they are not separate, they are replacing each other. When I say there should be mechanical and electrical, also that's for machines and for systems, interfaces and complete designs. And of course in addition to that, this is the basic engineers, of course architects should be there. And then there should be other services like, you can say underground services, mostly mechanical can cover, but other services like security services, firefighting services and roads, and you can say so many other points are there, other activities are there, elements, components are there. Where you use SCADA, for example, supervisory control acquisition, data acquisition, that's called SCADA, supervisory control and data acquisition, and then also it's called CCTV and many other electronic related designs. And you can say heavy duty pump designs, heavy duty vessels designs, heavy duty vessels, when you say vessel means machines, heavy duty machine designs, compressors, alternators, you can say generators, and heavy duty whatever is there, chemical tanks, oil tanks, or radiators, or you can say foundations for heavy, from this all this reservoirs, water reservoirs, lagoons, outfalls, or you can say just like some pits, not pits, but sump chambers. These all require to be done, and also at intake, sea intake is kind of total infrastructure and design of various piping systems, various infrastructure of this utilities, underground utilities, over piping, and stress analysis are done for that. It's a kind of epoxy piping, GRPE, big pipes, and maybe ductile iron pipes, not naval pipes. So there are so many involvements in design, and that too according to feed. And feed, when I say FEED, feed, front end engineering design. This feed document is a comprehensive guide for such projects. This involves methodology, what we have to design. This gives objective of that project, what that project is, what is intention behind that, means what is design intention, what is project intention or subjective, and what is standard of construction, standard of design, and of course safety, health, environment, ergonomics. That's also very important part in that. And of course quality management, quality organization, because on such projects quality is very important. Quality is much more important than speed of activities. Quality, when we say, it doesn't mean quality control. It is quality aspect that applies to whole project. When I say design, design should follow quality system. So procedural design should be followed according to definition given by their approvals. Whatever approvals that design service provider gives, that must be shown to client. Of course, I know that knows it. So I say, important point is how can you assimilate all these designs? That is very important. I was just thinking of means there is a chain of designs. When you start something in imagination, kalpana, imagination, then you come on to some thinking, then you put something on paper, and then you then feed it or feed, or we see how can we do it, and then you jump on to writing all those requirements. That's called feed. Front-end designs, a complete set is required, all disciplines, and maybe landscape design there, which requires irrigation engineering, agricultural engineering. Landscape means soft landscape and hard landscape for non-plant areas, non-process areas, where maybe administrative building, warehouse building, other areas, or maybe some residential or official areas there, and some entry points there where public maintenance, and also landscape in those areas which are process plants where you cannot grow plants because of various reasons, but you have to protect machines from impact of weather, from impact of dust control. How you control dust when there is a 160-kilometer speed of wind in that plant area, that dust comes and can erode your machines, can erode your spare parts of machines. In that case, you have to provide dust control, and you keep aggregates, stone aggregates, wherever there is known pavement area, there is rough area, means where there is no road within plant itself, which are exposed, that dust area must be covered with some aggregate, so that during thunderstorm, this dust does not fly, go to air and then spoil machines and the rest. And that's very important point. And also we have to think about safety, health, environment, ergonomics measures, means how shall we control everything that goes against plant or against what machines are there, because it's very critical stage project, we can say, where you have to speak further right, not left. What says that means if you cannot do all that, this comprehensive design and prosecution management, and you have no right to be APC. And you can take civil works if you are civil experts. You can get for mechanical contractor if you are mechanical expert. You can get for machine contractor if you are machine expert, or electrical contractor, or some other small part of that. But if you want a gigantic part of that, you want to control all this, in that case, you require hard work for that area. Though, Well said that something may not be understood by, but I'm again saying design engineers and particularly structural design engineers that EPC is not that as area of thinking because all these areas are developed areas, prepared areas, site preparation is done in such big plants where they may 2 kilometers by 1 kilometers area or more, and all these are located nearest point of sea, and there is a definite danger of water flow into those substratas because generally there is no rock in those areas because of being near sea, and though these are filled by 1 meter or 2 meter, in some cases maybe more, but not too much because we have to keep piping also in required gradient. We don't want to use much more power for piping of underground system, so that's also important. Maybe 2 meters, 1 meter, 2 meters. Filling is done for purpose of site preparation before starting job. That sand or gradually you can say granular fill is then in which water can flow. But before that we have to think what is strata behind below that. If below that strata is not supportive, there may be penetration and permeability of water through that section. Maybe somewhere clay it is, somewhere is limestone, somewhere it will be sand, somewhere will be fine sand, somewhere you cannot predict what will be there. Only soil investigation report can tell you, and that would be a question mark for every structural engineer. First to think of, you may decide to design a superstructure, but you cannot design foundation if you don't have adequate information of that, and that's where role of engineer starts, structural engineer, civil engineer starts, and that point is very critical for everyone. If you don't take it rightly, if you don't interpret report rightly, soil report, you may cause error. Some error you may cause, and some error site worker may cause, site engineer may cause, and that error cumulative can go to collapse of the structure or subsistence of the structure. That point is understand. And then you are ready with your mind, you are clear with mind. Don't forget that in case your design fails and plant is shut down because of that during its performance or operation, problem lies onto you because you are foundation designer. Machine is working but your foundation fails, or it may sink even. Piping may sink, you think so? If suppose your machine foundation sinks to some, or it fails, all piping connected from there to there will collapse. All stems remain standstill. What shall you do at that point? That is a big question mark here. So you have to be clear about this, that whatever you do with full confidence. I have seen there have been failures and they were all complex. And all complex during construction itself, failures were observed and they could not do anything, and unfortunately that was not machine failure, it was failure of some seawater basin, so it did not affect something else, but this failure can occur everywhere. So before resorting to designing work, engineers have to contemplate all these points. This can happen, that can happen. If this is a risk factor in design, how to resolve that factor, how to make it a better foundation than what they think, or you can change design of foundation, or whatever you can do. You have to go, it may not collapse, but you have to stop something. If someone says there's a risk, and that's a risk. If somebody says that, there's risk. You have to find solution for this risk. If you don't find solution for that risk, it's your problem, not somebody else's problem. And that risk must be clear out. And if you don't clear out that risk, it's your problem, nobody else's problem. Designing by software is something else, but designing by mind here is different. Software cannot take care of each and every issue. Software cannot take care of your soil parameters. You have to care about that. That's why we say that you have to do everything. Otherwise, you have to be liable. Being a being a designer, you shall be held liable for shutdown liable, because if it is due to design or if it is due to technical failure or some piping, that's different case. In that case, you may not be liable because your design of structure. But main designs are the structural designs, and our people, they know language, they go there, go to the from the ocean, they go there. One more thing I'm telling you, don't be in panic. Panic does not help anything. Consider it, be considerate, think over, don't show efficiency in a way but show quality of design, detailing of design. Because your design is subject to changes in future, keep in mind. That's very important point. You have designed a structure of a foundation, but there shall be change in machine on site, or some other standard machine comes, and your design shall be subject to modification immediately, and that point you should keep in mind. And that modification may amend size of that, dimension of the, or if dimension are not changed, height may change or height may not change. Then reinforcement is some, because reinforcement change is very easy, it can be done, but that's also not that easy because Catholic protection will provide you. So all these points we have to keep in mind, and if you keep these points in mind, well, I think you shall understand it in the better way and best way. With this, I would like to close my today's talk and continue from same next time. I I I think that this Facebook allows me to same as sharing documents and then coming back. The best way is that I like to share with you various documents and batteries as much as we can do. That's why it's very important and very very important. And if you say now to everybody, thank you, and we can say, so I close this file now. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Bye bye everyone. Okay, Mr. Chaudhary, thank you very much for joining.